As live as we're gonna get.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
half
hi.
of us are knocked out.
Hi, everybody. Uh, welcome back to the Chaos Table and tonight's episode of Starfinder, Change the Narrative. Um, we've got only about half the crew with us, so I apologize there. We have some people out preparing for things, Mother's Day weekend and that kind of thing. But we also have one with some work issues and stuff, so it happens. And it seems that our visual program that allows us to capture is Fritzy, Tech be Techie. So yep, you've got my ping tuber instead of my live version, which I try to do when I'm being the GM for the game. So tonight you have us all in ping tuber form. But I am Aisha, or ThyriAisha, as my handle is here um, in Twitch. You will find me here at the Chaos Table as both the GM for Starfinder, but also as players in Starfinder, the Savage Rifts, and um, I think that's it, isn't it? And Pathfinder. Okay, so yeah, we run those games. Trying to convince somebody else to run their game. But before we introduce our players, let me introduce you to the game. If you're not familiar with Starfinder, you might be familiar with Pathfinder, which is what the game came from, which is the alternative from D&D. Pathfinder kind of led into Starfinder, so you keep the base. That's what he was getting. Yeah, just that's fine. Cats being cats. You keep the base races from from Pathfinder, but you also build onto it with a whole plethora of other races. Um, Basically, what it is Starfinder is very similar the base game of Pathfinder, but put into space. And you have the pack worlds, which what you see in front of you right now, and a whole bunch of other worlds beyond that. And our base of operation is Epsilon Station, which is um, that third from the sun. It actually replaces the planet Valerian, um, which disappeared, and Epsilon Station magically appeared in its place. There's a lot of mystery and everything that goes on around all that. But our players are based out of Epsilon Station. They are pretty much for hire. Um, they have been given jobs by a mysterious woman that is a chancellor for an esteemed family um, of a high planet, and he is a mysterious benefactor for them. He's given them a ship and all these materials that they would need to go and find things for him. And in the meantime, anything that they run across, other than what he says, this is what I want, they get to keep. So it becomes very interesting on their end as to what that could be and what they do with it. They could keep it, they could sell it. Um, who knows what they might do with it. But let's see who our players are. Uh, let's go. Let's start with Merlin. We'll go opposite
All
from
right.
alphabetical order.
I also didn't do a proper introduction last time because my character wasn't properly revealed. So I
Yes.
am Merlin. You can find me in almost all the other games that the Chaos Table runs. The other game that is trying to be one of the other games that is attempted to be persuaded is the one that I DM. And I've been thinking about it. And I play a Tinley Steon. He is an android who specializes in mid-range run and gun tactics, and he minors in support, but he is predominantly in there for the bruising, and he is a co-bruising. I'm also going to be minoring in chip damage, and by chip I mean sniper rat, and I'm going to be effectively both technomancers of the session, so that way I can do as much as I can with something that I have a pretty good handle on, so that way we're not missing firepower during combats.
Hmm.
Yes. We're filling in for the couple players that are not here with us tonight so that they can um, continue on and with the advancement and everything. Um, so, Aja,
Hello, I am Phasia, or Frank. Today I will be playing Irenia in our game, as well as the mercenary, what's her name? Shyla, which is one of the things that we decided to keep with us that we found. But Irenia is essentially a doctor of sorts, and she is shy in her female form. You can also find me running the Pathfinder game every other Sunday here on the Chaos Table. I also play in Einar's Savage Worlds game, as well as Merlin's Pathfinder game. And that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
okay, and our last participant of the night, Einar.
Okay, yep, that's me, Einar. In this game, I play Mac Drux. He is a Dragonkin Vanguard, pretty much a big dragon, not so much meat shield, but the meat wall. He is the tank of the group, um, protector, and once aspiring starship captain. And as far as myself, I run the Savage Worlds Rifts campaign here on the Chaos Table. And when I come off my little hiatus, I do gunpla building and video games on my own channel over at Einar with two R's in my little corner of Twitch. And for tonight, I will be playing Zavocado and his little drone Mosquito since Ollie and Ashford could not make it tonight.
Okay, thank you. And also, you can also find me um, once I get caught up on some of my paint log, um, also in my corner of Twitch, doing Playmo, Gunpla, um, plastic scale models, since Einar got me into that as a rehab after wrist surgery. Um, and I also do other means of crafts like um, chainmail jewelry, needlework, painting, um, just about anything that runs across my mind. And I also wander around the hills, West Virginia in fall 76. So, as far as tonight goes, we will be continuing our venture on the planet of Akaton, which is a very dry, arid planet, very closely related to our Mars, except for this planet is it wasn't always like that. This planet has been ravaged through the years. It's been waylaid to the it's been dried up of resources, dried up of money, and dried up of its government. So it has absolutely almost nothing left to offer, and it's tearing itself apart. So there's giant chasms and shock waves, and the people that dare to continue to try and live on this planet are barely scraping by. So it's not a very habitable and very comfortable planet to be on. But our friends have been given waypoint for a certain building that has fallen down into one of those caverns or chasms, and they are trying to locate some information. As we last left them, they were just about ready after going through a long set of canyons and ridges. They were about ready to enter into what looked to be a set of caves. So let me set you up for where they are beginning from. Okay. So this is where they left off at their last bit of adventure. Hmm? Oh, okay, go ahead. Okay. So I will let the group take it from here for a few moments and just let them do a little bit of free conversation, planning, whatever they need to do before they decide to carry on.
Well,
Well, with this riveting speech, I think I'll go ahead and mend myself one more time, so that way I'm in tip-top shape. He's going to cast Mend on himself one more time, taking 10 minutes for the planning.
And while you do that, let's see, we've got four players tonight. 3 players.
3 players,
Three
yeah.
players.
Yep.
3 players tonight. So 3 die and my flip coin. And I'll pull out a 20-sider just for the heck of it.
Well,
See what else I can throw at you guys.
might be a bit of a tight squeeze in here, but
It's always a tight squeeze with you around, Mac.
true. But it also should limit how many angles things are coming at us with whatever's in there. But I'm about as prepared as it's going to get.
Boy, I hope somebody has a light source. I gave that up.
That might be something you guys wanted.
What is my...
Is Mac sees in the dark, so that's something he did not pack.
And so does Armenia.
Yep, and Chip also has dark vision.
Yeah. Typically I pack for
Oh,
everything,
boy.
but oddly enough, I did not pack for that.
You want a Boy Scout?
Let's see here.
Skidamanders, Avocado cannot see. I don't know about Tinley.
Yeah,
Oh, Finley does not have dark vision.
yeah, his avocado just has low light vision.
And the lovely fact that you guys have been in nothing but caverns and pretty much rock, barren rock and sandy conditions. You guys haven't really had any tinder or anything that you would have been able to pick up along the way.
Well, we have corpses, and these corpses are wearing clothing.
Okay.
And these corpses have fat.
Can I bundle up some of the like clothing into like a large ball and gosh, what else would I be able to do with this though? Oh, can I do
Need me to breathe on something?
engineering? Can I do something really weird? Can I do an engineering check in order to craft basically a torch made out of stone and cloth?
Go ahead and give me an engineering check for that.
14.
Not too bad of a roll.
That's not bad.
That's a bad roll. That was me rolling a 4.
Yeah, but for a DC for a torch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would think you could do something.
Okay. And then can I, utilizing physical sciences, take some of the like minerals of the surrounding area so that way I can limit the amount of burn. So that way, it's not just a wildfire just out on a makeshift torch, but it's something that'll last for a long time.
Sure. Go ahead and do that too.
That's a lot better.
Yes, it is. Okay, so you're definitely able to craft a couple of torches, and you are definitely well able to, through your physical science, able to limit the emission that comes from the torches, both in the fact of the smoke burning off, so it doesn't become an issue in the cave, but also lengthening the burn time of the torches so that um, that it can last you through the cave. You've got plenty of material from your um, the enemies that you recently battled from to pick from, so that you can make multiple bunches of material so that it can easily be replaced as it is off.
Sweet. It's just
So
like
I would
multiple builds and replacements and whatnot. Ah, that's exciting.
yes. Yeah. So I would say you're good in that department as far as um, what would get you through a couple days worth in the cave system.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I've never really worried about having the flint and steel for starting fires because I breathe fire.
That won't be an issue either. And I just use energy ray to make a ray of fire. Fire is very common. I mean, I have a plasma rifle. We have the technology. I don't think we have to worry about anything when it comes to anything else. I just can't see in the dark. But breathing fire, that is pretty cool. I can't do that.
I don't know about it being cool, but I know it's pretty hot.
I don't know. I'm not sexually attracted to that.
I know some ladies that are.
Okay, so you get everything together, you get it all set up. So you have the torches especially for the people who need them.
Yep.
Are you pretty much going in together as a party, or are you sending anybody in advance of the party? How are you entering the cavern?
I would vote we go in together.
Yeah, going in together would make the most sense.
So let's have Irene sneak in.
Okay. So as you step into the cave and take a few steps in, and the light starts to dissipate and the darkness starts to um, prevail. These are the type of caverns. Yeah, you're going to majorly pull into that one.
Yeah, working on it.
So these are going to be the kinds of caverns that you're going to be walking through.
Hey, so it's lit.
In areas, there will be some filtered light coming through areas in the rock. From above, where there's openings, and otherwise it's going to be like the branch to the right, in total darkness. Sorry.
Would you
So
say it's black?
those are the two areas that you're going to be looking at.
Well, we have a light source, so we can just go ahead and do that.
Okay.
May as well check out the darker end while we have the resources for it.
Okay.
Or maybe it would be more worth it checking out the already lit path to make sure that we can utilize our sources of light as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, we got some mosquito here that can do a little bit of scouting too.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
As you would find, this little dark thing is just a little alcove. It's not actually um a, a s-
Method?
a passageway. So you actually just seem to have one path through. So I'll go ahead and give you the actual map that you can
Navigate.
navigate on.
Time to nav that gate.
Go ahead and pull your characters just inside the entrance.
Oh.
Like fit with Mac in there.
Yeah, well, we made that comment earlier about that.
At least as far as the entrance goes. Hey, Doc. How you doing? Okay, so pretty much you have your one and only route chosen before you.
Shall we proceed?
Yeah. Not like we have much of a choice.
Yeah, I say we continue going.
These little sparkly areas right here. Let me ping it.
Okay.
That's where that light was filtering through, that you can actually see a break in the rocks and see light coming from above and see a bit of the sky opening up.
Okay.
So anywhere you see that on the map, that's what that is.
We're then going to stop and take a look at these colorful mushrooms.
Mm-hmm. And with her life science, she is more than able to take samples of all three of those.
Mushrooms A, B, and C.
Yes.
Oh, did the robot break down?
The only breaking down he does is side to side.
Robot?
Well, he did essentially find him on the side of the road.
You're not wrong.
Arrange the tokens a little bit more so I can group them up and move them at once.
Okay, Mac, stop. As you step into the light, you notice that there's a filtering of pretty much what looks to be fireflies or some kind of luminescent bugs flying around in the in and out of the light.
I kind of pointed out to Arenia.
And
Oh, Ren.
he'll come over and take a look at him.
And if you look around, okay,
Nice roll.
Ren is able to distinguish there's a certain plant that they are very interested in.
Take another look at the plant and pick some of it. Anything special about the plant itself?
It's in this weird kind of spirally shape, and it too seems to have almost like an iridescent type of a look to its leaves.
Mm.
I pass out some of this flour to those that can't actually see and see if like they get surrounded by some of the fireflies.
And indeed, the fireflies do follow along with the plant.
Do they provide enough light to actually see by, or not really?
Not really, but they're definitely intrigued by the plant that they will be clustered around the hands of whoever holds parts of plant.
Interesting.
Let's tie some of these to the mosquito. Let him act as a decoy ahead of us.
Ren, do you try to capture any of the bugs as well as the plant, or just the plant itself?
Just the plant for now, because since we have the plant, some of the bugs will follow us.
Okay. Sound reasoning.
So we put some on the mosquito.
I think we should. And have the mosquito act as a decoy. Have it travel ahead of us with the lights. It's at a small target that whoever fires at it might miss it just because they're aiming too low and thinking it might be someone that's actually, yeah.
Yeah, I could see avocado going with that.
It's just a machine. It can always be rebuilt, made better.
I'm gonna put a 5-foot light radius on it. What color are these things? Like yellowish or what?
Yeah, I'd say kind of a yellow, maybe a yellow green.
There. There we go. To reflect that it's got some of these things on it and the bugs are,
Filtering around it.
yeah. Okay. Continuing on. Come on. button is
Okay, and with that, your drone takes note of critters ahead.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. I didn't know if you wanted to hit the pause button because of things or what.
Yep. So, okay, so roll for encounter.
You highlight all the pretty much if you,
I do. I had everybody hide. So begin combat.
if you,
Or
yeah, you clicked that a little too soon.
okay, sorry. So close it out.
Yeah. And you want to highlight all the tokens first and get them in combat phase.
Okay. So how do I close? Okay, in combat. Go back to what I did before, but all of you highlighted.
Yep, and right click on what's on somebody and
Toggle combat state.
yep. There you go. Now everybody's in the combat tracker.
Okay.
And now everybody can be put into initiative.
Okay, so roll for all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
That's a Mac initiative.
And that one.
Yep.
I don't think he got a nat one
No,
actually.
you got a 4.
Oh. Yeah, he rolled a 4. We had 2 nat ones though.
Yeah, it's avocado and Tinley.
Yep. Which is also really funny because it means that 2 people that rolled nat once still aren't going last.
Yeah, Mac is instead. Okay, so ready to begin combat?
Yep. Now you can hit begin combat. There you go.
Okay. So
Oh,
means I gotta pull up my guide first.
Now you can unpause it.
What?
Nothing.
You had a question?
Not really.
Okay, 30.
You might hear snoring over the microphone. It's the pug.
I was gonna say I'm not falling asleep yet.
Yet.
Well, did you have a big meal?
I had half a pizza.
Okay, he is going to run up and he can't bite, but he is just going to try and jump up and grab and claw at the drone.
Oh, that's a Skinnermander whelp. Skinnermander babies.
They're bigger than the adults.
Token is. Yeah, because I have the Skittermander token resize, because by default they would just.
Sign, yeah, the size is diminutive, but the token size is.
Yeah, you actually got to go into the token and resize it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like I do with the party tokens. 'Cause the token itself should be like the size of
That's the
mosquito.
size of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's tiny.
That's actually even smaller than the mosquito.
Yeah.
So you just see him run up to it and just jump and wiggle his arms and just jump and wiggle, trying to catch that thing.
Uppies.
Yeah, uppies.
Puppies.
I almost feel bad shooting this thing in the face. Almost.
You should. Shoot in the back of the head
Okay,
instead.
yeah.
Where's its parents? Talk about bad parenting. Where's APS?
No, CPS.
Yeah, CPS. Yeah.
Yeah.
CPS.
Okay.
The
That's
SPS.
that's its turn.
Oh no, it hasn't attacked. We don't know what they're gonna do. They might be friendly.
What? Okay.
Yeah, this is a session that I wish Ollie N was here for this. Yeah, this is his people's. But he would Ollie N adopt his own
The two
kind
Skidamanders.
to raise his own army?
He probably would.
Evie sees the goblins back there, and she's like, "Goblins bad." I'm assuming she would have reloaded before.
Okay, let me do something real quick. Change Skittermanders because I moved the wrong token. Since they're not named 1 and 2.
So range on that. Many feet. Maybe within. Yep.
State this one.
We don't like goblins.
There.
Did the option to roll damage with attack get reset?
That's what I'm checking now.
Yeah, I'm going to check mine now.
What? Because everything should have worked together.
Yeah. Well, it'd be client side.
It must have, because I'm pretty sure I had it checked before.
Yeah, because well, I had a computer update recently, so I'm double checking mine.
Yeah,
But
mine hasn't updated in a while.
I'm sure 11 misses, unfortunately.
Okay, so that's. So you're aiming at which.
The goblin that's targeted right down here.
Okay, that one. Okay. No. And that was 11
Yeah, 11 against,
KAC.
yeah, 11 against CAC.
Yeah. Nope. That is a miss.
I assumed it was.
Okay, mosquito. What's the little thing you gonna do? And then keep little Junior occupied.
It's going to keep Junior occupied. It's going to attack the goblin.
I renamed this one.
So the one that's targeted here.
Display name.
But the good old prison-made Inferian pistol. $15 against its EAC for a whopping
AC.
1 damage.
Okay. So our little goblin.
Wonderful shot. Wonderful shot.
15 EAC. That is a hit. For 1.
Yes.
Okay.
I need to check.
Now the other little skitter guy. Yeah, he is going to run up to about here. He is going to literally kind of zigzag around things. And he's going to like hiding in and out of behind what little rocks or plants or mushrooms or whatever, peeking in and out.
It's so cute.
And that's his turn.
Would you consider them almost animal-like at that stage?
Infantile. They're babies.
So
I
don't treat
consider
them
him like a toddler. That's why he's kind of zipping around, just playing. He's playing peekaboo.
Well, being a cat person, everyone's gonna treat them like animals. He's gonna try to call them over to play with. Oh damn!
Cool.
That was a bad roll.
I'll say, considering it's in red, I'm going to assume that that did not work.
Yeah, I rolled an at 1 on my survival check.
Yeah, 1 plus 9. Okay, maybe you don't know as much about skittermanders as you thought you did.
Obviously not. They're not animals. Don't treat them like such.
All right.
That or they're just looking at you very confused like.
So
Yeah.
Chip, with the multiple enemies going on, is going to cast. This is action. All right, cool. Just gonna cast supercharged weapon. Doo-ba-doo. So next attack is going to deal an additional 4d6 damage. As long as it hits. Nice and easy.
Okay.
A Zapperator.
That's 2. So this one. Okay. Well, this goblin is going to take out target of opportunity. He's going to go for the largest one he sees. Well, actually, no, because is he in? Yeah, according to that one, he is in straight. No, he does not have range. He doesn't have range on. Yeah, he does. If he aims there, he's got to aim over on this side of Mac to be.
But for like a ranged attack?
Yep,
Yeah, he's got line of sight to him.
yep. Well, according to the map, he doesn't. Not if he aims dead center or to your shoulder.
No, but
He's
off
got
the
to aim.
off to the side,
He's got to aim center to your right shoulder.
Yeah, max wide enough.
Yep. So
The unfortunate thing of taking up so many spaces for his size.
roll one more than once because I didn't hear it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just roll off the.
That is not a hit.
Okay, so he misses.
Unstable junk laser.
Mm-hmm. Range is 60 feet.
I did not know they had weapons named after one of my exes. Interesting.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, and this one's gonna take aim at the other creature that's in front. Why is that pulling it up? It should just be roll. That one might be a hit.
Was that versus Tinley or man?
That's again. That was Tinley.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Whole bunch of 2 fire damage.
2 fire damage.
Oh.
Against your stamina.
Yep.
There's
You know, I don't like beating up the weak, but oh boy, do they make it difficult sometimes. Let's see here. This is an action, and that is. Oh, that's perfect. All right. Tinley's going to walk up, look him dead in the eye, and be like, time to go. And he's going to turn into fire and dash right through both the gobbo up front and the gobbo in the back.
you mean the Skidamatter in the front and the goblin?
Yeah, the thing up front is the baby.
Yeah, the babies up
Yeah.
front. The babies are in the front that haven't even done anything yet.
That's true. They haven't done anything. That's rude. I wouldn't do that. Tinley's not a monster. He'll move down there, target this one, and he's just going to fire a shot at. Let's actually regain my battery though. I forgot to do that. Okay. Oh, thank you. All right.
So 18.
18 for 7 electric and fire.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll be a hit.
Sweet.
And that was for 7.
Yep, 7 points of damage. That's all he's gonna do.
And that was this one, right?
Yep. It's
So
not gonna kill any babies yet.
this one.
Yeah, we'll do a lot of things on this stream, but baby killing? Oof.
Not
Well,
yet.
7 points. 7 points of damage. You
Mhm.
see that one pretty much just take the damage and it will, as soon as I find the effects, yep, that one keels over.
Aw. Now I feel like I'm bullying.
Oh. This
You are.
Yeah. Avocado is gonna scurry down and gonna try to bust a cap in this goblin's ass. With
You're
a semi-auto.
aiming after the other goblin.
Yeah, the goblin is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
21 against its CAC for 5 damage.
That'll probably still hit even with a -2.
Yeah, 21. That's an easy hit. The
Mhm.
goblin.
Yeah, because you had the
Yeah,
second range increment.
Ah,
they
yeah,
only-
second range increment, yeah.
They only have 11 EAC and 12 KAC.
Yeah, good
So
eye.
that was, let me see, for 5.
Yeah, 5 damage.
Okay. Let me see. See which one he is. 1 or 2?
That's 2.
Okay, 2. So, well, you're lucky you guys had already hit it. Now that makes both of them gone. Because
Let's
otherwise
hit
you
that
would
one.
have. Oh, come on.
Did
There,
we hit
that's
that
what I'm
one?
looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had like 1 point of damage
Oh,
for something.
mosquito.
Okay, yeah. That's why I couldn't remember.
I knew something
Did damage, but
That's it. I attacked that one, but I missed.
okay. So
Now
now
what
it becomes interesting. What are you doing with the little two itty bitties?
Dinner?
That's an option.
Oh, they're not gonna be providing much in the way of food. But Mac's gonna
Dessert?
go up and he's gonna retrieve one of the wonders of the Starfinder backpack is the fact that you can retrieve any item and it just gives it to you. It's a pseudo magic item. So one of the R2Es and he retrieves out of his backpack.
Oh, you're gonna try and feed it.
Yes.
Is it after midnight?
If it is, even
Isn't
better.
that the tonight?
I mean, it's after midnight somewhere.
Time is all relative.
Yeah, time is relative.
Okay.
And he's going to offer it to
The one
one
closest to him.
closest. Yes.
Ah, yes, fatten them up before we eat them.
Okay. Well, at first, the little whelp is going to shy away from you because you're so big and scary and intimidating to his size.
I don't mean you guys any harm. You guys can come with us.
And
We're
since
just gonna
you
take some of the food from the big guy and try again.
okay. So since Ren is smaller and also covered in fur, a little bit more familiar in the whelp is gonna be a little bit more daring and kind of curious, edging to you, sniffing, seeing what it is carefully and cautiously, and finally, like, quickly snatch out of your hand, and then you see it press the food to its face, sniffing and sniffing and, trying to discern what it is and if it's edible. And then all of a sudden it just like shoves it to its mouth and just, you know, nothing but munches and crumbs.
Yeah.
As it rolls back, but it feed its stomach.
Yeah. Yeah, because because at this stage it's got the mouth at its stomach, so and by now its avocado's back up on Mac's shoulder, so Mac is like, "See, I got one of your kind with us."
and
By that
by that time, he's
finished the
finished the meal and looks up at Zavocado, kind of all curious, being up on top of this dragon. And of course, the other one stops batting and playing with the mosquito, having seen this one get fed.
I get out food for the other one.
And Ren starts putting two and two together, like, oh wait, these things are animals.
Yeah, see, these are small versions of Zavocado. Smaller versions of Zavocado.
Okay, so the other one does the same thing, very timid and shy, but snatches the food, sniffs it and everything up of its face and everything, then drop the food down to its belly, and the mouth just devours it in bunches of crumbs and everything. Yeah, so these guys are so we can. It's up to you guys to end combat with them.
I'm not about to kill no babies for no reason.
If anything, the Mac will be adopting them.
They don't give a shit about them one way or another. They're animals.
Like, we'll need names for you too.
Well, we should be quiet. I see something around the corner.
Okay, so you guys are going to be taking the babies with you then.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are
Sounds like a
docile
loaded
enough.
question now.
What was that, Marlon?
That sounds like a loaded question now.
Okay, I'm just going to move them off out of the way.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take your 2 combat.
And probably
There you
during this time, Tenley probably had enough time to do a mend if needed.
Well, mint is for hit points.
Oh, true.
Okay.
So for the purpose
And
of
you
stamina, it just takes some time.
All right, so they're probably in home in the Skittermander pocket.
okay.
Uh,
So I'm
yeah,
gonna
turn that back off.
Okay, so I ended combat. But what did one of your group say? Did anybody catch it?
Well, what did the group say? Well,
No, he also put in the chat. No further than me if someone is around Ben.
Yeah.
I couldn't make out what was said.
Yeah, something's around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, I both said
Okay.
and it out.
All right. So
Okay.
do you need me to go first then?
Yes. Yes.
Well, if there's something around the corner, it's probably for the best.
So I've got all of you guys highlighted. Okay. Stop right where you're at, Mac.
Yep. I say that's things around the corner.
Okay, so there we go. And roll.
A little bit better roll for Mac.
Wow.
Okay.
Ooh.
Since Mac actually went up around the bend first, I will allow him to get one surprise shot off on any combatant of his choice. Just do a
He's pretty much in range of that one right there without even taking a step.
okay.
So I guess we'll just do a. Oh, hi. Swing.
Okay, so you want to do a basic melee swing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting it up now. Yeah. Not a good swing. I 4 on the die.
Okay, so 11 against. Get my group changed. And I have to quickly, what is it? Dang it, I was just updating it on the other ones. The display sign coming up like it did on the other ones. Okay. Screw that. Hunter. Which one are you? I'm not going to be able to tell. This is going to drive me crazy. Oh, I was doing it from here. I have no idea which one's 1, 2, or 3.
If you hover over the initiative, it'll highlight the one.
Yeah.
It does, but on the initiative, they're all listed the same name.
Yeah, but you should still be able to hover over the one that's currently
Okay,
selected
that's
on the
Yeah.
initiative order.
okay. That one is 0. That one is 3. That means that one is 2. Okay.
That's what I hope if I made a camera.
That's
there.
crazy talk.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so 2 is the one that you. So
Took a swing at and most
took a
likely
swing at.
missed.
It was 11 KAC.
Yeah, which I doubt hits.
Nope.
Even flat-footed, I
Well, he's naked.
Okay, so no, it did not hit. Okay, so that was basically the surprise. Okay, so your group has yet to move up.
know, but it's the Eevee's turn.
Yep, so
Yeah, you can start
begin
combat.
so we'll begin combat with Evie.
Huh, just, oh yeah, no, she doesn't have dark vision, that's right. So she can't see nobody.
Remember what I said about the little um these little
Yeah.
so
Okay.
you're
Well,
that's a
I
little bit of
personally,
light right there.
okay. Well, I
I mean,
personally can't see any targets, so
okay. So it doesn't give you enough filtered light.
Oh, it's not showing anything for you?
I see up to like right here, but I think that's Aminia's line of sight. Yeah,
Oh, that's why. Hold on. Divisions.
because yeah, she doesn't play doesn't have.
There. How about now?
No.
No?
Probably because she doesn't have dark vision. There's no actual light source here.
Well, granted, I put it as sun going down, but there is light filtering from above. There should be.
Now I can see a lot more than I should, I'm sure.
Probably, but it's the quick fix.
Well, it's also who was carrying the torches.
Well, it would have been anybody that does not have dark vision.
Yeah.
Oh, what would she do seeing what she sees now? Let's go after Hunter 2. See, they use Mac as cover and shoot between his legs. Duck down. Take a knee and fire.
Okay, so that was 18 KAC. That is a hit. Or
11 piercing
11.
against Marauder Hunter 2.
Okay, make sure I get the right one. Hold it up.
And then that'll be everything for Evie.
Like it closed. Okay.
You know, and now all I can think about is the movie Wall-E.
Wow.
All right. Okay. So his avocado will be. He was there. Beats. Pretty much doing the same thing using Mac for cover. And shooting at this guy here.
And since he's even smaller, he should use Evie using Mac as cover.
Get a domino effect.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, so here comes avocado busting caps and asses.
Hopefully not Max.
Or something else a max.
Yeah.
Okay, 22, that's going to be a hit. 3, that is going to take.
He's not doing great on the damage rolls, but good enough.
No, but
It's good enough to take your guys down.
Kill Stealer.
So one of the hunters goes down.
And now Chip's turn.
Now it's Chip.
Yep. Now it's Chip's turn.
Japan Day.
I already forgot how far. Oh, hey, he has regular movement speed. That's exciting.
Yeah,
Alright,
since
yeah.
someone at the start of the session said they're specialized in the chip damage this game.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for this elemental here.
Just chip away at it.
Yeah, just chip
Left
it
or
away.
right?
Since I used the supercharged weapon, will I be able to utilize it for this attack?
What is that last round?
It was technically last combat, and it only technically is a you get to, as long as the attack is before the end of the next round. So I'm just trying to see if I have permission to do so. If not, I completely understand.
That's
Here, let me put
GM's
the,
ruling on that one. If you wanted to He keeps it for this one or not?
Yeah, that's up to you.
I mean, normally it would be a no, but since this is like a back-to-back encounter, I'll allow it.
Okay, sounds good. All right, going to give it a good rifle shot with an extra 4d6 damage. So let's
And just
boom. That's
and
not
which one
gonna
was
hit at all.
that, right or left, that you were aiming for?
This one over here.
This one? Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think it mattered though.
Yeah, 10K.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it missed.
10 Ks. I'll tell you in
Since
a
they're tiny,
second.
that's elementals. Their KAC is much higher than that. Is at least 12, I'm
Is
sure.
Yep,
Hmm,
was a miss.
Yep.
that sucks.
Dang. No chip damage today.
At least this round.
Yep.
Okay. So, elemental.
Tiny Earth elemental. Because
Yeah.
the other one's a tiny elemental.
So,
Well, we can't be making fun of their sizes. Come on. Maybe they're
I
cool.
think I was. I was like I once called an Earth elemental, and the other one's called an elemental.
okay. So he's going to come straight up on Mac. Trying to, I guess that would be the square before him.
Mm-hmm.
Puts him in.
That moves him through a certain square, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, through his button. Yeah, it does.
What?
I could do a attack of opportunity if I wanted to.
Yeah, because you're in reach.
Yeah, because max reach is 15 feet. But I'm withholding it.
Well, that's going to be up to you.
Yeah. Because I'm withholding it.
What is his reach?
The tiny earth elemental.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
With a size of tiny, he probably has to be in the someone's square to attack.
Oh, is it actually?
Because they don't, at least melee.
Because I'm looking basic.
Oh, yeah, it actually is tiny.
They're not really.
It's just a little guy.
All right, so it's not a case of just having cold water.
Nope. I was just hoping it would say other than size.
Well, according to the actual character sheet, it has a reach of 5 feet.
Yeah.
But I thought by rules a tiny creature had a reach of 0 feet, but that could just be Pathfinder.
Okay. Well, that would have been the extent of his movement. So if
So he's probably got a 5-foot reach then.
yeah. So it's up to
Up to
the horny dude if he wants to hold his attack
Mm-hmm.
or if he wants to take it.
He's holding it.
The dead hunter gets to go.
Yes.
And he went
There's-
bye-bye.
Yep. Gave up his turn. Move him off.
Yeah, and you can right click them on the combat tracker to remove them.
Yeah. I remember that.
It messes up my plans a little bit.
Yay. You said did something right.
Because I was going to move Mac up to be able to engage everybody, but
You can do that. You just risk an attack of opportunity.
About to say.
yeah, I'll probably do that
He's
anyways. Then. Yeah.
tiny. It's nice you can't just step over him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably go ahead and do that anyways. So Mac's going to move up here.
Because you can physically engage all three of them now.
Yep.
Just by reach.
You can physically engage all four of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in range of all of them. He's not stuck
I
in
was about
there
to say
with.
the other one is probably.
Yeah, he's not stuck in there with them. They're stuck in there with him. So starting with
Instead
this
of
guy.
instead cage fighting, it's cave fighting.
So
Okay.
starting off with
Going
him.
after that guy. Go ahead.
17 against his CAC for 10.
Okay. Get to the right screen. Okay, 17. It's under 3. 17. That will be a hit.
Okay. That's what I was waiting to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So his follow-up attack's going to be against this other hunter.
Okay, so that guy was a 10. Got it. Okay, so basic hunter.
So
16
for 15.
Well, that one is a one-shot KO.
And you can just keep cleaving as long as those targets within your range. No, that's greater
No,
cleaver.
yeah, he doesn't have that feat yet. He's working towards it.
So
Well, that'd be cool if you could.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just gonna sweep him off
Soon.
and take him. There we go.
Yeah, so. And don't forget about the attack of opportunity if this little elemental one to try to strike fear in Mac's heart.
Oh yeah.
Like, well,
Okay. Well, his little attack of opportunity. Yeah.
you never know.
He rolls on that 20.
Yeah, you never know. You might.
And then maximum damage.
Yeah. You never know.
And I'll feel bad if it happens.
Yeah. You were saying.
Hey, he didn't roll maximum damage.
No, we
No,
He
we
rolled
didn't.
A whole 4 damage, so damn.
Well, that's non-crit damage.
No, but he balls up his fist and because since you're facing the other way, he'll just ball up his fist and he'll just slam it right down, onto your tail.
What is the crit effect on that slam, if there is any?
I don't think there is a crit effect.
Because nothing
Let me
popped up
check.
for it.
Yeah, nothing popped up. It just says, yeah, basic
Other than-
melee, proficient, and it doesn't give anything for critical.
It's a very angry tiny earth element. I guess I shouldn't have made all the jokes on it.
You made it mad.
Just a little guy.
Mac looked back at it like, oh, you are there.
It's just a little guy.
So there's the hunter that Mac did a serious slash on.
Yep. And he is going to take aim on Mac and see about returning fire. 21 to EAC
Yep, that hits.
for all of 4. It's like little needles on you.
Especially with even without the -2 AC for using cleave, that hits.
Yeah, but they're little chips away at you.
Well, it's stamina damage. It recovers quickly.
All right. We got a
Henley.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Line up, and then I'm going to... Well, why not? I'm going to go for the further. The little guy... This little guy took some damage, right?
Uh,
Like, he
don't
had to have
remember.
taken some damage somewhere. I think from the cleave.
No.
Or was that the
no.
big guy?
No, only the hunters took damage from.
Yeah, he's at full health.
All right. In that case, yeah, I'll go for this guy. So that way I can try to get a little bit of damage in that direction. Da, 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 da. Let's give it a fire. Boom. 13 EAC.
Okay,
That might
13
hit.
EAC on the little elemental.
Yep.
So who
To the
you're?
top left.
Oh, the top one.
Yep.
Okay, so the other elemental.
Yes.
13 EAC.
Yep.
Well, you aim and target that one, and when is it an energy weapon or what kind of weapon is it?
It's a plasma rifle.
Okay, when the plasma rifle comes in contact with the earth elemental, he is blown into bits of rock and dust
Hell yeah.
in one shot.
Oh. Well, I guess that's it for my turn.
Did Tinley used to work at a prison planet, making big rocks into little rocks?
Oh boy.
That's a very useful skill.
Making gravel.
It's definitely working out right now.
Oh, Mosquito's turn.
Yeah, Skeeto. One of the useful mosquitoes to have around
Okay.
when you don't have to spray for.
Okay, Skater comes buzzing around and locks on to this earth elemental. Damn. 19 against this
Okay.
AAC for 7.
19.
Almost max damage.
About to say, sounds like that is going to be a hit. And you said that was for 7?
Yep.
And what kind of weapon does he have?
It's a little. It's an Iberian. It's like a fire
Energy.
shotgun type thing.
Magnesium.
Magnesium. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
those
like
shots
magnesium
supposed to
rounds.
Yeah, magnesium rounds.
Okay, well, when you see the rounds hit the elemental, again, it is blown to small rocks and dust, and it just rains down on Mac's tail.
And nope. Big rocks into tiny rocks into smaller rocks. Pea gravel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see if Randy can finish this last person off.
Ooh.
Nope.
Not with
He might
a
have accidentally
5.
shot back.
Yeah, it's a crit. Crit fail.
Okay, with a crit fail, we are going to say that you had a let's see, do you have like an energy gun or what kind?
It's a a laser weapon.
Okay. You had like a failure in the battery discharge or something. It kind of just crackles and fizz, makes short circuit type of
It fizzles
action. Yep.
out. I swear, guys, that doesn't happen often.
Okay, Miss Evie. We're actually making it to round 2.
Yeah. Let's see if she can hit him.
You almost knocked him out all in one round. Who's underneath of me? Oh, big guy.
Everybody.
Oh, I DM'd you one of the Starfinder crit fumble tables.
Okay.
I'm looking
Appreciate that.
I'm looking for the other one that had the crit and fumble decks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was on Roll 20 though that we had those.
Yeah, but I had the other one that had the decks and a rollable
Roll
table. Yeah,
form. Mm-hmm.
gotta
Well,
find
that's
that
why
again.
I figured I pulled out the dice and everything and the flip coin. Okay, so Evie, she did 15
Against Cac
against
and then 11 piercing.
against the monkey.
Is it a monkey? I don't know.
Okay.
Well, kind of looks like a monkey.
Okay. I got a DMP on.
Okay, thank you. KAC, and that will be a hit. And that was for how many points?
11, which should
11.
be enough to
That
finish him
is,
off.
yes, that's enough to finish him off.
Because Max just about finished him off on the first round.
Yeah, he only had 3 points of health left. So monkey just keels over and he's dead.
No more monkey business.
Nope, no more monkeying around.
Do not eat their brains, but monkeys otherwise make delicious meals.
Okay, so take us out of combat. Now, as you come up to this large area here, once the group gets up there, I'll give you an idea what this area is supposed to look like. Mac, your group,
Yeah.
you guys
had
just
to-
stop where you're at.
I had to move 2 different things.
Okay, just stop right there. Okay, this group that you are a cave. God. There it is. Okay. Okay. So this is what these areas are, and this is the largest with the opening up to the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So here you actually get a bit of sunlight filtering through from the canyon above. So this is your opportunity to take a small rest if you wish.
Yeah, I think a little 10-minute break ought to be a nice little breather after that little.
How tall
Alright,
is
sure.
that opening? How far off the ground, roughly?
It's going to be too high for any of you to. The only ones who could make it out, I don't know if it's large enough for Mac to fit through. But
How high off the ground is it?
too tall
20,
for any of
30,
you
40?
guys. The canyons are probably like 50-foot walls.
Okay.
I can
So
make it.
like
I have a 60-foot vertical.
Okay.
Specifically due to just so that way I'm not just talking on my ass. I have the jet charge feat, which allows me to triple my movement in one direction. Or as a charge action, I can triple my movement side or my movement with the jump jets, and I have a 20-foot normal vertical with the jump jets.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say anybody who doesn't have any kind of flight ability, which Mac would have flight ability.
I can
Mosquito
also
would.
throw a 30-foot mushroom, so.
You know, if need be, I've also got a lot of rope, and we got a mosquito that could. Well, who would tie the rope when we get the mosquito to haul the rope up there, though?
And we have an entire branch of the cave to explore.
Yes.
Other than trying to get our bearings while we're down in here.
I mean, you can just send the drone up for that.
Yeah.
Wish.
Yeah, because we got the cam. Yeah, because the Makoto can see through the camera of the drone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's safe. That's really safe.
But all the other openings are much smaller. That's why I figured to mention that this would be a possible area for you to sit and take a moment.
Yeah, this is definitely a good.
I'm going to take us back to the and once again, you see the fireflies and you see a couple of those plants that they tend to hover about. And
I'm gonna cause some chaos.
Yeah, so I say we take a 10-minute rest.
I am gonna grow that somewhere here in this little cavern. And I know it only lasts 2d4 rounds, but she is curious what it tastes like. So she's gonna eat part of the mushroom. And offer anybody else that wants some.
okay.
It doesn't specify what kind of mushroom or anything.
It just says mushroom. Yeah.
Okay. So let me.
Because I wonder if it's kind of specific for the area that it grows in.
Which would make sense.
Yeah, it would make sense. But magic's involved, so when magic's involved, sense kind of goes out the window.
Well, it's a biohack theorem thing, so I think it's more science than magic.
Okay. Okay, that's a little bit better then. Quote unquote better.
And of course, you don't know exactly how each species is going to react to this said mushroom
Right.
either.
Like I said, I'm gonna go.
So let me see. We've got
But during our little downtime break, Mac checks on the Skittermander babies.
Ooh, let's feed the mushrooms to the Scattermander babies.
God. We're going to make little baby Skittermander Telos. Oh God, can you imagine those two freaking on a Tilo trip?
okay, let me bring the babies back in because we got to do this fair. And let me highlight everybody.
And then the question is, does it have any lasting effect since the plant itself only lasts for 2d4 rounds and then desiccates after you've so after you've eaten that does it last long enough for you to even digest any of it?
Okay, can I? If I put you guys in a combat state and roll for initiative just to put you in a line of opportunity, is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there goes Tinley's one good initiative roll.
Okay. So we've got Ren, who made this mushroom appear and cooked up the mushroom. My question to Tinley, are you going to eat any of it?
Oh, who said anything about cooking? It only lasts for 2d4 rounds. It's raw.
Oh, okay. So you're just
Yeah, there's no time to
you're
cook
gonna
it.
hack it up into portions and hand it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're hacking it up into portions and you're handing it out. You hand some to Tinley. Tinley, do you take it and eat it?
In the name of science, why not?
Okay. So you take a few bites and it is at least safe for your system.
Which isn't saying much.
Yeah, which is
Seems
not saying much. You're an
unusual.
android anyway.
Yeah.
It'd have to be like corrosive or something to give you a problem.
Yep.
Okay. So the next creature that is offered tidbits of this mushroom is Chip.
I don't think Chip would take it.
Okay, so Chip's going to refuse.
Yeah, I would see Chip
Still
refusing it.
easy.
Okay, and you said the same with Evie?
Yeah. And then India would still be treating the scaramanders like animals. Come on, take the food. Take the food.
See. Okay. So Skittermanders you see Skittermander 2, this one, just take a big old handful and shove it to its belly, and it's just like gone in an instant.
Too bad you can't tell me what it tastes like.
Yeah, not good on the feedback part of things yet.
No, they're not. Okay. So I would have a feeling that
Mosquito does not eat one.
Yeah.
yeah, mosquito's not gonna bother. And Skittermander 1 is Gonna pretty much react the same way as Skittermander 2.
Food.
Yep, food. Food is food. Just shovel it all in there.
Yeah, and we know Zavocado is going to eat it. Yeah, there's been enough history with Ollie and his character to know that Zavocado is going to eat some.
He can eat as much as he wants for the next 2d4 rounds.
Because Zavocado's already ate questionable items before.
Because I don't think in the next 4 rounds we can eat a 30-foot tall mushroom stalk.
I doubt it.
No, but Zavocado will try.
That's just the
Okay.
30-foot tall for the stalk, not counting the cap.
Yeah. And Zavocado
Okay,
will burp.
Ren.
Oh yeah, Ren's eating some. He's gonna take some of that cap, some of that stalk, and try to make a sandwich, like cap between 2 pieces of stalk.
Okay, so the last one falls to Mac.
Yeah, he'll shrug and have some too. Why not?
Okay.
This is probably not the
So
brightest move to
now-
do in the middle of the wilderness while we're doing things, but here we are.
About to say, it'd be nice to have some rollable tables on this.
This is where I challenge your ability as a DM to just randomly come up with stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. And on the fly at that.
Mm-hmm. Random bullshit go.
Yeah, Ren, because I came up with the 12. Would that be a pass or a fail?
I don't know.
I rolled a d20. I mean, 50-50, it wouldn't be, but
But like doing like a saving throw type thing or what?
I just went a d20 to see if there's any reaction. So 12, he'd be okay. Right?
Yeah, typically higher tends to be better on things like that.
Okay.
If going by
Okay.
general D20 rolls, yeah.
Well, out of the group, only 2 of you have some more intense reaction to the mushroom at this point. Ren and Max. Hold on. Sorry, double sneeze.
You said Ren and Mac.
Ren and Mac, yes.
Go figure the Skittermanders have an iron stomach.
Mm-hmm.
And Tenali also literally has an iron stomach.
Yeah.
Okay. At first, since you're resting for 10 minutes, for the first 5 minutes, your eyes start to water. You start to sneeze. and carry on almost uncontrollably.
But how did it taste? That's the most important part.
Oh, it tasted fine. I mean, it tasted like mushrooms.
Which kind of mushrooms? Because mushrooms taste differently.
Well, to Mac, it tasted more like a truffle type mushroom.
Ooh.
Of what she lets Ren know this information, since
It was all for science.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And to Ren, since he is sampling different parts of the mushroom, not only does he get the truffle taste, but he gets some of the best tasting that he's ever tasted. Out of
Cool.
the other parts.
Now let's see if that taste is worth the after effects.
Okay, so that's the first 5 minutes. Okay, can't use that. Oop, nope.
I'm not sure I like that kind of giggle there, Merlin.
Well, the giggle wasn't from anything I was saying.
Yeah, I think it was a response to my message in Discord.
Yeah, 100%. And this was not 100% random. I foreshadowed it when I mentioned getting us high on shrooms. To quote.
Well,
For
during the
Twitch purposes, this is, in fact, a joke.
during the as far as Zav tasting, he also tastes truffle. So to him, it also tastes very good. But he wouldn't care anyways.
Yeah, he just fills his belly up. Yum, 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 yum.
Yep,
Mhm.
he's just gonna. And he doesn't have any reaction. Okay, so for the second 5 minutes, that's when the
That's when they knew they fucked up.
other effects start. Coming in there a little bit.
Like, do we need to make any saving throws?
Yeah, I want a saving throw from Zav, Ren, and Met.
Fortitude, I assume.
Fortitude would work.
Fortitude for their Zav. There's Mac.
Mac, the healthiest one, does the worst.
Yeah.
Go figure. Zav and Ren are used to eating random things, at least as far as plants go for Ren.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Zav's gonna freaking get high on this just because Zav.
Okay. So you don't notice any
15's still decent for a saving throw.
yeah.
Ish.
So you wouldn't notice any strange reactions. I'm trying to term this lightly.
Mhm.
You're not seeing things, you're not hearing things, you're not having any altered reaction, put it that way.
Not pulling a Tilo.
No, not pulling a Tilo. Yeah, your heart's not, no increased breathing, no increased heart rate, nothing funky going on there. Besides the sneezing and the watering eyes.
And here we are without space Benadryl.
Which that's actually starting to lighten off.
I'm gonna market this as a clear the sinuses type mushroom.
And it tastes good at that.
Right.
And one of the few drugs that would taste good. Okay. So, had your little 10-minute.
A quick little 10-minute
Rest.
trip.
And I'm gonna spend one resolve point so that I can make another mushroom whenever I want to.
Okay. Okay. So when you gather your troop up,
And how much longer did you guys want us to keep going tonight? I know we got a late start, so it's pretty late for you guys already.
Yeah, we've been.
I would like to at least make it through this
Okay.
map, which is one more encounter.
Okay.
I could do that. I was just more worried
Okay.
about you guys.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I've got.
And he had a nap. So
Like, I didn't know if he had to work earlier than that.
I do, but
he does. As long as we can keep it down to one, I think we're good.
yeah, I just got a quick client in the morning, but
If we keep it down to one excursion, we're good.
yeah,
Yeah, that's all this map is. I just want to get you through this cavern so
yeah,
we're finally done.
we can still get through this.
Okay. So basically, when you're done with this, you pack everything up and you start to make your way around the cavern again. And basically bring your group to about here.
Alright.
Nope, don't go any further.
Yeah, I was trying to move Ivinia down and I had them both.
Yeah, I had both of them there.
Alright, so let me
Yep.
move what the order would be.
And Max too far in front.
Well, that's what I was trying to get, what the order would be. I was trying to get the tokens kind of...
Yeah, the Trouble Twins, I'll move those over here.
they'd
Out
be
the
back,
way.
yeah, they'd be back in the Skittermander pouch.
Mm-hmm.
About something like that.
You know, get your crew how you like them.
Something like that,
Okay.
yeah.
Because I'm gonna give you a quick idea what this part of the cavern is gonna look like.
Okay.
Because from here, as you look down, it is very, very dark. There's not going to be any more light source except for this right here. And it's not putting out much light. And no, you don't have to move on this map, but I just wanted to show you. You guys are pretty much where your characters are at. And the terrain starts to go downward as well.
Okay. Okay.
So you see that little, like I said, that little campfire ahead. So it gives you an idea what was in my mind when I created it. Okay, so you can take it from there.
Did I just see a thing?
No, you didn't. And I gotta downsize it so I can actually see. Okay.
About at what point do you want?
That point right there.
All right. And give the other guys a chance to put where their tokens would be at behind Mac.
Yep. Yep, they can move about. Me remove getters.
There we go.
Yep, place where you want to be.
Move avocado and yeah.
Okay, and give me a moment because with them all being the same, I have to update their Okay, that one does say 2. I'm just making sure that everything that says 4, 5.
Did you see my
Nothing.
message in Discord, Einor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About a 30-foot torch.
Okay. So is everybody ready to begin?
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yes. Let me give you an idea what these things. I can click on the right thing. Turn that off. Okay.
Man, first babies and now minors. She just wants to give us or make us child abusers.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, that's what these critters look like.
I'm okay with killing these guys on sight,
Yeah.
Even though they're minors?
even though they're minors. I said not for no reason. There's a reason. They got too many legs.
Pretty much the token is just their face. I was trying to guess
Yes.
what they look like from their token, but yeah. Not what I was expecting.
Yeah, because from the token, it looks like creature with like a helmet on or something.
Yeah. I was expecting something kind of roly-poly, but no. It's not.
Nightmare fuel.
Okay. So my guys. 5. Where's number 2? That's number 2.
Probably a good thing we rested before this.
Go. He's going to move to there. And then he's going to move. Okay. He's going to move 2 more steps ahead, which will give him distance. 20.
Get close.
And he is going to launch a grenade at Mac.
That's not very nice. Can I put it back at him? It's in a general area, so about 2 damage, I guess.
Hmm. That'll work. Oops. You go back up to where you were. Where you belong.
In hell.
Let's see here.
With that +7 modifier, I have a feeling this is going to be a little bit tougher fight.
Yeah. She is going to create another mushroom in that area. The one in the area gets to make a reflex save to move to the nearest open space. Otherwise, it DC 16 reflex saves. Otherwise, it gets rises into the air with the mushroom.
Okay.
Riding shrooms, getting high.
And I tell him, "Eat, friends. Enjoy the meal. We can get along.
Okay.
No violence."
So number 2 has to make a reflex save. What did you roll and laugh on?
Nice. A natural 20 on frickin' diplomacy.
Yeah.
Alright, Lawson. Let me deal with the bulldog.
Yeah, especially the way his stomach's been. Oh, Jesus. Especially like the one you missed. You missed the worst one. Okay, so there's the reflex save on the minor.
All right. Well, he's just on top of the platform up there.
Okay, so he's riding the mushroom up.
Yep.
Okay.
And my diplomacy check was to convince them to eat the mushroom. We can all be friends.
Well, I would definitely say they're going to look at you quizzically and wonder kind of what you're talking about. Uh,
But yeah, that's my turn.
looking to see while he's stepped out for a moment. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
These guys have some interesting bits to them. These are going to be fun, this battle.
That's why we're not trying to battle them. We can be friends.
Well, being the fact that they're more insect-like, they're not going to, you guys are like two-legged creatures, and they're not familiar enough and comfortable enough with your type.
Oh, so when I should have treated them like animals, I treated them like humans. Okay, I get it.
I mean, they're vermin.
Right, which would have still been a survival check.
Hold on. What was that? Um. Abilities. Base mod. No. I mean, they're intelligent vermin, but these are very, very much the insect-like that have taken over this planet. Of the many different types of insect races, because of the destruction of the planet. They're the few races that can very much call this planet home.
Okay, I'm back. Now that the poor dog is done.
He's been feeling icky
Yeah.
for about a day and a half now.
That's not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to be standing on the wrong end of him.
No, because he has sharded a couple of times. Yeah, the back blast is not clear.
Yeah, and he's got good range. He's got at least two good feet on him.
Now how's his aim?
It's a shotgun. He doesn't need aim.
About to say it's an area effect.
It's a brown fireball effect. Oh, they're galactic travelers, son.
Hmm.
These things are definitely sentient. But anyways.
Yeah. Well, I said they're.
They'd understand.
They'd understand. They're not going to cooperate. I mean,
it all depends on how much fun you want to have with a diplomacy check.
I mean, these creatures are going to look at you and they're just going to say, we're taking over the planet. This planet has become, home to the insects. So why should we you know, make friends with the types of your kind.
So we don't have to kill you.
I'd listen to the cat man.
And one of the other creatures kind of looks at you, turning its head, and said, "Perhaps we would be the ones killing you."
Mm, I doubt it.
And by the way, these are about 7 feet long and they weigh about 350 pounds. They are of good size.
Eat boys.
But mine and number 4's turn.
So Mac could use them for dumbbells.
Yes. So yeah, so you've got one incapacitated for right now because he's up on the mushroom. Okay, so
Riding high.
next.
Did,
What did number 4 do?
yeah,
What?
minor 4.
Oh, he didn't go?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Number that should be that one. Mistaken.
Yeah. The one in the back there. This one.
Yep. Okay, so he is going to seeing his friend up on top of the mushroom.
Going for a high
Ooh.
ride.
What's that?
So the mushroom
Isn't
lasts
that
for 2
long?
rounds.
Yeah. I was wondering how long the mushroom lasted.
What
Not
the
long at all.
how long the mushroom lasts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two rounds? Okay. Okay. So this guy,
Would have been funny if it was Nate.
Right.
jeez. Yeah, like we'd go with that. Okay. So
Then we would be trying that 30-foot torch.
Yeah, especially if they group up underneath it. I say it's a good idea.
it's got to go around. That's 20.
Well, I'm sure they can actually go underneath it because there's a stalk and then 30-foot, and then a 10-foot by 10-foot platform.
Okay. So that's
This might consider it difficult terrain.
I mean, it just needs to curve around it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy here
Mhm.
is going to do a rolling charge. Up to Ren. He's basically just, like I said, gonna make a curve. Okay, so how does it?
Can it charge me? It's not a straight line.
Does it say it has to be a straight line?
That's how charge works.
Yeah, charges have to be straight.
Does a charge or a bull rush have to be?
A charge does.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops.
Oh,
Did that take everything out?
I kicked
Yep.
everything out.
Damn it. Didn't mean to do that.
What happened?
You can clear chat.
Yeah. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to just clear my
That one message.
message.
Oops.
Okay, so number 4.
It happens.
We want the tape.
Go to here and I'll be against Ren.
That will actually miss me. That was
A neat
cool.
sounding weapon. Hey, it's avocado.
Mac, even if I'm in the way, light them up.
Alright, so this avocado is going to use Mac for some cover and targets. That's minor there.
Got it. 12.
That's kind of low. I doubt that hits. Oh, cack.
Nope. Does not. Okay, number 5. So total amount they can move.
it's like a Mac truck.
Well, the good thing about going and where he is, Most of them have moved by then, so they have come towards him. Mac is fine with this. Derpy's back there being derp.
Yeah, Derp's being a derp.
Terpidus Maximus.
Yeah, you can hear him over the
Mhm.
microphone.
And that's back in our bedroom.
Yeah, he's like way back there.
We're in the middle of the house. He's on the other end of the house.
I don't hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him transmit over the microphone over stream.
Okay, so he is going to do max movement. And he's going to play eeny, meeny, miny, mo between the cat and the giant. I'm waiting to sneeze again, so hold on. Give me a moment.
What am I supposed to hold on to? Never specify.
You got 3 legs, pick one.
Which doesn't like that.
Okay, so he's going to pick Mac.
Oh,
Yeah.
I knew he was just about to taunt him by dancing, and I'm saying, can't touch this.
Inventory. $14 KSE.
That is a miss.
Okay. Okay, so that falls to the first one, which is this one. Okay, so how far can he move and where's he going to move to? 20. Can you get any more stupid?
With Derpy? No.
Yeah. He is going to move along the. He's going to come down here and he's going to stay tight to the walls. And he is going to aim at the cat. So now the cat doesn't feel out of place. He's getting attention too.
Not with an attack like that.
Not with that one. I'm going to assume it's
Critical miss.
critical miss and some kind of mess up with his
Mm.
a misload or something. Goodness.
Yep.
He heard me taunting the other one.
Yep. Mac, you're up.
Mac truck, hit like a Mac truck.
Yep, batter up.
Do it. Burn him. Burn him. Burn, baby, burn.
Disco Inferno.
Yeah.
And
Ages some of us, doesn't it? You're going to do fire breath, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you do, I have a question. Just because learning the creatures and their abilities.
Okay. Question.
Now, when you launch your attack at them,
Mm-hmm.
if you have to go to the bathroom, doofus, get out here and stand at a door, not back in a corner room.
And remember, minor 2 is not in the range of effect for this.
Right.
Yeah. Normally that's just like a saving throw type thing. But these creatures have a defensive ability. Is that something that they can use against this?
It depends on the ability.
Okay. Let me read it. Nope, it has to be used as a move action. It says as a move action, it can roll up.
Yeah.
So there's my answer. So then it would just be a saving throw. Correct?
Yeah. Good God.
And there's your little girl starting to answer back at him. Basically tell him to shut up. She is the boss of the house, that's for sure, in terms of mouthing.
All right. So here we go.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you. Go for it.
Wow, that is a crap damage roll. Rolled a 1 on the damage dice. Reflex save for half damage.
Okay, so it would be like 3.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I rolled a
So
1 on the damage die.
every single one of these except for number.
Yeah,
is
this
it
guy
2?
is out of range.
This guy's out of range, and so this guy's out of range too because he's up top.
And now we
Right.
now we get to find out if the mushroom is flammable.
5, 4, and 1. Okay, so I'm going to start with 5. So reflex save.
Yes. And he failed.
I want to fail. That's a save.
That's a good
4,
thing.
1.
And that's a save.
And 3 or 4 damage, depending if you want to round down or round up. Usually you round down.
Okay, so let me look at. Okay, so it would be 3 points of damage to number 5, the one standing right in front of you.
Oh, 5 fail.
But he takes 7.
Yeah, he takes 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here comes fun. Okay.
And the mushroom took 7 points of damage.
Okay. And then 4 saved, so he gets 3 points.
I could have went there. I would have been in range, but would have gotten all of them.
Yeah.
We decided this one was in range. This one's not because he's up top.
Mm-hmm.
This one's not. We said this one was.
Yeah.
So this one and this one will take 3 points of damage, right?
Yes.
Or no, they saved.
Yeah.
So they
So
get
they
the
take
3.
3.
3. Okay, that's what I was doing. I was in the process of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the process.
Yep. That's what I was working on. Okay. Okay. So what about the mushroom catching fire? How sturdy is it going to be?
Mm,
That was one of the things we wanted to find out for science.
exactly.
Because
Can we make a 30-foot torch?
yeah. Because that means this guy gets 30 foot of fall damage otherwise.
And can you imagine the heat from a 30-foot blaze?
Yeah. Because that's what we're wondering about this guy getting a 30-foot flambe and possibly a 30-foot drop.
Now it's going to not turn into a flambe. It might take some light damage to its stalk, but for the
With
most part,
flame?
yeah, it might scorch a little bit. For the most part, it is going to be okay.
Yeah, because I mean, the mushroom is a whole bunch of moisture and water anyways, so.
Yeah.
You probably would have had to have actually aimed for the understalk, the under part of the cap. To actually set it a fire.
Yeah.
Oh well, now we know. I'll get little
But-
vials of napalm to go up into into it next time.
But there is probably some structural damage to the mushroom.
Oh, I'm
But-
sure.
But
That's why I said it did scorch it.
But with
I
it
mean,
disappearing in 2 rounds, it's really going to matter all that much.
All right. Chip is going to use Empower Weapon to absorb a 2nd level spell slot to give 2d6 additional damage to the next attack, which he will do to attack this guy that's still in the purple.
Remember, he's like 30 feet in the air.
That's fine. This is a sniper rifle.
Yeah, 'cause
And you missed anyway.
he's one of the few that will reach him.
Yep.
Get out there and stop
unless
whining.
unless that happens.
Oh,
Oh, literally no chip damage still.
yeah, still no chip damage.
Let me take away one of my spell slots real quick and
Maybe he meant he was going to damage the chips.
Mosquito.
Yeah, I was going to deal with Derpy after Mosquito.
Well, you can go check and see if he's done by then. I was tired of listening to him. Plus, he's going to answer me.
Yeah,
I was going to
that's-
go back there and whine.
yeah, because Empower Weapon just is straight up.
3.
Bonus to
Okay,
attack.
him's
Yeah,
3.
because even with the +2 to the attack roll, that is not won't be enough on the KAC. Alright, so Skeeto. Skeeto is going to target this one here. Yeah. 13 EAC for 8.
Nope,
Hmm.
that is a miss.
I figured with that was kind of low.
Okay, and that's number 3. It's hymns. They're backs. I mean, technically, he can go all the way there, but he's not going to. Okay, that's what I'll do. He is going to. Come on. He's going to move there and then lob a grenade into the middle of the group. 3.
That's not very nice.
It's not.
What's the area of effect on the
And
grenade?
that's what I'm looking. Range is 20 feet. Activation,
Frag grenade?
frag.
Ah, the shrapnel. Okay. Range increment 20 feet. That doesn't say much. Area 15 feet.
Okay, so if he's aiming right in the middle of here, where's our little
Hang where you want aiming.
go back to this. I was literally dead center of everybody.
10, 15.
That's fun. Oh boy, fragging himself.
I'm about to say it wouldn't be on himself. So you can move that one back.
And Tinley is not doing well for his initiative rolls.
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay. Like that.
Okay, so
And
So 14, that would get him. There we go. Because nades are a little special in the roll. Because you're kind of rolling to get it into the square.
Which is a DC 10,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. And if you don't make the DC 10, then you're kind of rolling to see where it would bounce off to and what. And then you kind of roll to see where it goes off to. So yeah, it lands there.
And it does blow up.
Yep. -6.
Well, we get a reflex save.
Yeah. Cool.
Mhm.
A DC of which is 10 plus half the grenade's item level, which was 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the correct one.
Yeah, it's only a level 1 grenade.
Plus the dexterity modifier of the thrower.
Dex modifier. Second.
There we go.
1. Dex mod.
I think Tinley got the reflex save.
I think so.
I would definitely think Tinley does.
Yeah.
Chip might.
I would
Maybe.
think bot.
Chip barely would have gotten it.
I think Zob got it.
Yeah, because I mean, you said dex modifier of 1.
Yeah.
That'd be a DC 11 then.
12, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably because of the half level being a minimum of 1.
Because how am I calculating it on my end?
DC 10 plus item level or half item level.
Half item level. Plus dex modifier. So it's either 11 or 12, depending on how you want to calculate it.
So it's really everybody's taking half damage, taking 3.
Yeah.
Okay with this.
Okay. So
I mean, to be fair, that is still a lot of damage for a single attack. That is 15 damage. Total between 5 characters, but
Right.
excellent. So close.
Let me go check on Derpy.
yeah, that's why it's so quiet in here. Yeah.
She'll take a few steps forward. And then she'll actually take aim at the stalk of the mushroom, since it's already been damaged a little bit. And she's going to try to shoot it in such a way to cause enough more structural damage so that it falls sort of like... let me draw... So it sort of like falls like that.
Okay, so not only are you trying to damage, so you're rolling for damage on that shot.
But also particularly
To the-
but to damage it in such a way in particular places so it falls the way I want it to.
Right. So that's going to be with on a different game that I would say that's with a raise, with an increase, with a to make it a challenge.
Yeah, this essentially being negatives.
Mm-hmm.
So in here, what would it be?
Well, it'd probably be a base just to hit it would probably be a base DC, AC, or whatever of 10, and then you would subtract negatives from my attack roll depending on how hard of a shot it would be. Which for most things it caps out at like an 8 or a 10, really.
Okay, base roll was a 9.
Right, my total was 22.
Okay, so 22 against the mushroom in terms of damage.
Again, in terms of hitting it. It was only 8 damage. So I hit it. Honestly, it's just a question of did I hit it in the correct spot?
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Yeah, and that's what I said to the roll was the 9 on the D20.
Okay. Um,
So
no,
while
it was
you
a
hit
14
it
on a
and hit
D20.
it well to damage it, it
The
did
D20
not.
was a the D20 was a 14. Or am I confused?
Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. Your 22, which had your D20 of a 14.
Mm-hmm.
That all one roll for the initial damage on the mushroom?
That's the attack roll.
Yeah, that's for the attack roll against the mushroom.
Okay.
That's where a negative would come into play for the difficulty of the shot, like -4, -6, -8 for like almost an impossible shot. Which then you would take that away from the 22 and then compare that against whatever AC you set for the mushroom. Which would typically probably be about a 10 for a stationary object like that.
And this is where my faultiness in math is going to kill me. Because none of that made any sense. Whereas I can roll a D20 and it makes sense to me.
You're setting the AC for the stationary object. And then for the difficulty of the shot to do what he wants to do, that's where you're setting the modifier for it. So a large stationary object typically does not have a high AC. It's not moving and it's big.
Mm-hmm.
But hitting it in such a way to make it fall the way he wants to make it fall
It's difficult.
is difficult. So that's where the negative comes into play.
Or you can call it a situational bonus to the AC. But yeah, if that might be easier for her to understand.
Yeah, because there's two ways of doing it: either increasing the AC or making it a negative. You do either or.
I'm still not comprehending it. Just go with whatever, please.
Well, you're the one that has to make the call on it. He's trying to make the mushroom fall in a way by shooting it.
I understand that part. It's the math part that's not.
To do that, you either increase the armor class or introduce a penalty, a negative.
Let's start off by deciding what the base AC of the
That would help.
mushroom would be. Typically, I'd say probably about 10.
Because the roll that you gave me is against the armor creature. That makes sense to me because I'm looking at a chart.
Right, which is what
Against
we're
the
trying
mushroom,
to
I'm not looking at.
Right, you have to imagine it had one.
Yes. That's why it's easier for me to roll a d20 and say it failed or it succeeded.
But would
So
you
we're
agree
going,
on a base AC of about 20 for the mushroom stalk? Because that's what the base is for pretty much everything.
if we're saying it, if the base is 20, yes, and we're saying it's 10.
Well, yeah, the base of the AC of the creature of the mushroom stalk is 10, and then what? How difficult of a shot would you say it actually is? Like nearly impossible? And then I'd say add 8 to that at least, if not 10.
I'd say it's very difficult because you're trying to line it up so it falls on all three creatures.
Well, it'd only be able to fall on 2 of them, but yeah, because one of them's on top. But yeah, so like a plus, or I'd say very difficult would be like a +6. Would you say, Einar?
Yeah, it's about a +6.
So I should have hit the location I was aiming for. Also, now the question is then: has there been enough damage for it to actually fall over? With the 8 damage from the piercing damage, which is actually also penetrating, as well as the fire damage it's already taken.
Because it took 7 damage earlier with fire from burning.
Mm-hmm.
And
it took 8 now.
Yeah, 8's piercing.
That's 15.
So it's taken fire burning damage and it's also taken penetrating damage. So you're looking at the type of damage as well.
from a reaction cannon.
Because we're saying the fire kind of scorched it, didn't do much to it. The piercing, yes, it's going to do damage to it because it's actually going to pierce into its shell.
And since it's from a cannon, it's not just going to be a small, tiny hole.
There's also fire from a breath weapon too. Well, granted, it's not like a big dragon breath weapon, but it's still a breath weapon.
How much was that?
It was 7 damage.
That was the 7. Yeah, because there was no reflex save for the mushroom.
Okay, so that brings it up to 22.
No, it's taking a total of 15 damage. You were already accounting for the
Okay,
the
we
breath.
already counted for fire.
Yeah.
Okay. How big's the base? Because if this
It
is the
doesn't
top,
say.
Smaller than that. The base is probably about a square.
that's what I'm guessing.
If-
1 square, which is
If
roughly.
because if you think about mushrooms in general, the stalk is a lot smaller than the cap.
Because that distance there on a square is 5.
5 feet, yeah.
So it's going to be less. It's going to be about a 5 feet base. 5 feet base at best.
Mm.
And I'd say honestly probably a
More
half
like
of that.
3. That's what I was about to say, about 3 in reality. Because it's going to taper.
Yeah.
If it was an explosive round,
It
I
was
could
a
see it.
smoking round. Oh yeah.
I could see it definitely taking a chunk out of it and then it's starting to lean in whichever direction.
Yeah. But this is a reaction.
Just a penetrating.
Yeah, this is a reaction cannon. So this is a heavy weapon.
Okay, so a heavy weapon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Merlin?
So a heavy weapon
Mhm.
would be.
I think going more rules like is probably a better option. I'm very much so a fan of let's see how much damage we can do. Where like this is a high attack roll, and the only thing is that it is piercing damage instead of like. Yeah, that would be my only thing is that it's piercing damage and not like the main thing would be like slashing damage, fire damage, or explosive type. Like explosive types would be a lot better. But with the fire damage, there could be some fiber damage.
And then with the additional hole on that side and the weight.
Yeah, I would probably rule it as it is primed. Personally, I'd probably rule it as like it is primed for a proper attack.
Like one more
trying to
shot
bring
could knock
down.
it over and in the correct direction already.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
maybe Tenali could finish it off.
Exactly.
Yeah, in the
Shoot the
description.
hole, give it enough.
Yeah, the description of the weapon itself, an ancient yet still popular Vesk weapon, the reaction cannon uses advanced materials and technology to redirect the recoil of a projectile back into the projectile itself, making it an extremely damaging heavy weapon.
Yep, and then it is penetrating. So instead of doing like hitting the mushroom and then putting like a blast hole into it, it's more of like an armor piercing round where instead it's going to make a
Through and through.
shape hole through it. So it's more so a if another blast can go into that hole, expanding the hole on the side that we're on, then that would make sense to topple the mushroom. But I would probably rule it as not quite enough at the moment. That'd be my personal ruling.
And here I go causing this last combat to take forever.
Yeah.
Hey man, we're just trying to make everyone do shrooms.
Yeah. Damn it, Frank.
Well, there's the title for this episode. Shrooms everywhere.
Shroom, buddy.
Okay, so let's go with it that it wasn't quite enough, but there's some significant damage to the stalk of the mushroom.
Okay.
Hey, would you
Please,
look at that? Guess what I've got? So where exactly is this mushroom though?
That the purple
mushroom.
square.
That
It's that
purple.
purple.
Okay, so the purple is the mushroom.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cap.
Perfect. In that case, I'm going to move right. Oh, that's perfect. I'm just going to move here. And I'm going to do effectively a Fox McCloud. And now I'm
Rocket
going
Dash.
to use my Rocket Dash. Exactly. Which, oops, I accidentally used the spell slot earlier when I didn't actually do it. But let's go ahead and do that. Rocket Dash. Yes. Which
Rocket
is going to
Man.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'm going to go here, slashing into both of these guys and going through.
Well, you're only
exactly
gonna hit
half
one of those
the
guys.
stem. Say what?
You're only gonna hit one of those guys. The other one's
Yeah,
30
that guy's
feet
on
away.
top.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
this guy's
top?
on top.
Oh,
Yeah, we're trying to make
okay.
him come down.
All right. So I'll hit this guy,
And the
and
shroom.
I'll basically trim the entire this half of the stem.
Okay, so this guy needs to roll
The DC 17 reflex
reflex.
or take 14 fire damage. That meets, which beats, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Tiger's the defender.
so he still takes 7 damage. That's fine. Can I have the mushroom do a reflex save?
Yeah. See, so 7.
And then
Okay.
I'm hoping that with the additional fire damage on for this stem, that would be enough to knock the shrew over.
Okay, that will be enough to knock it over, but with the direction that you are plowing through it, it will knock it.
Basically, right here.
Yeah, it'll go that way. Get rid of this. Here.
See, also, if
Okay.
if the goal is to get rid of this guy, I mean,
Well, they were trying to take out as many as they could.
Yeah.
Okay, so the guy on top has to make a saving throw, and the guy underneath has to make a saving throw. That's this guy and this guy. once I get my thing to cooperate so I can actually. Come on, give me my peoples back. Okay, that's 4 and 2. Okay, 2
Oh,
That's definitely not a good reflex save.
and 4.
pretty okay one though.
2 was the guy on top.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
Okay, so if he doesn't, so he takes how much? 14?
If you're gonna give him the same amount of damage,
Yeah, now we need
Plus
to
he'd
look up
have,
30 foot.
yeah,
So-
plus he'd have
so-
fall damage.
yes, it's more of like a fall damage type thing.
which is normally 10 feet is 1d6.
Okay, now, okay, this is what, number 2? Here's another question. Nope, that's again a move action. Even though it's defensive. These are feats though. Move action.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
move
just,
action.
that's just how they gain them.
Well, that's what they're considered under their sheet.
Doesn't even. Doesn't even show. Yeah, so he wouldn't be able to use his defensive either. Would still fall back to a reflex save. Mm.
Yeah, 1d6 damage per 10 feet. The mushroom guy takes 3d6 damage.
Okay, so
You want me to roll that?
And is anybody hit by the stalker stem?
okay, so it'll be 16
Damn.
on this one.
Almost max.
Oh damn! That's a hell of a bit of fall.
He did not land nicely.
No,
Oh,
he
that
did
one's
not.
empty.
That was not a good roll for him.
Remember, kids, shrooms are deadly.
Don't do shroom. Don't get high on shrooms.
You might fall.
Well, 4 was the other one that made a save. Did he?
Yeah, because he was.
He was potentially
4?
underneath it
Yeah.
to get hit.
Yeah, because his was a 15.
It was like what 17 to prevent from going up it. Right. Let me post that again.
What was the?
The DC 16 reflex save to the gauge being swept up with it.
Save of 17 coming off the rocket dash, which was for the creature, which was, hold on,
And that was that guy.
that guy. So he took the,
Rocket dash damage. Half of it. This guy got the 15 for his reflex save to avoid the mushroom stalk or whatever that was falling.
Mushroom stalk
Which
damage.
apparently, which he might have saved, he might have failed. It's up to you. Like I said, the DC to avoid the shroom rising was 16.
where did this
I
go?
might just say the same to avoid it falling. Just for simplicity.
So half damage, 7, right? Which was the first guy.
Yeah. The minor for number 2, I think. Wait, no. Just the normal minor. Him.
Okay. Okay. He was at full health, but his fall
Did 16 damage.
16 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Minor 2. And he probably landed prone.
Definitely did not land nicely.
Well,
No, honestly, he probably broke a few legs.
Would he, or would he be falling up? Because they're like peel bugs.
Well, I still take the move action, you said.
I guess we'll find out. Now that it's his turn.
And then number 4, did he make the save?
If
Well,
you're
what was the safe
utilizing
floor to
my
avoid the thing falling on it, or what?
yeah, if you're going to utilize my DC, then my DC is 17. So the reflex save 15 would not make it.
It wasn't the rush of the fire, it was just the mushroom falling on him.
Yeah, which the DC to avoid rising up was 16. So if you want to go with that one, he still failed it. Otherwise, I don't know what the DC is, so you tell us if he failed or succeeded.
Is what he get for, he got a 16,
He got a 15.
15.
So if it was the save of the rising cap ability, still he failed.
Because it tied it?
Probably depends.
Not because he got below it, because 15 is below 16.
Okay, 4. Got it. Okay, so he would take,
If he got hit by the cap, it would depend on how much the cap weighs.
Jesus.
For falling items, it's 1d6 per 100 pounds of weight per 10 feet.
And it might depend.
What am I rolling?
How much would you say the mushroom cap weighed? At 10 feet wide.
I'm trying to think on that one. Ten feet wide. About 200 pounds or so.
And since they're more spongy, probably about half damage, so like again to say another 3d6.
Is he himself weighs 350 pounds.
Yeah, which is fine and all, but I mean, a 30-pound dumbbell to the face definitely hurts, even for a full-grown
Yeah.
adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing is bigger than he is. It might weigh
Yeah.
less, but it's bigger than he is. But yeah, it's also light and fluffy. So, like I said, at 200 pounds, I'd say 1d6 per 10 feet fallen. Half the normal.
Yeah. Just for
So
quick math, yeah.
1d6. What?
Per 10 feet fallen, so another 3d6 for number 4.
So 3d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cat fell 30 feet. Not much, but
It also might get pinned. It's got a giant shroom head stuck on it.
Okay. Number 2. time he can use. Yes. Okay. On here it has a roll. Why does it not have one on here?
With AC and stuff. Okay, so that's just a feature that explaining that it can roll up and charge that way.
Okay, so it would have a +4 bonus to an attack roll. And that's with a combat maneuver.
Yeah, because that's what bull rushes and charges are, combat maneuvers. They're not standard attacks.
Okay, so he's going to rush through. And when he stops,
Every position, but yeah.
what?
Go ahead.
Say what you were saying because I couldn't.
For either a bull rush or a reposition.
It's the reposition for the combat maneuver.
Correct.
That's what I was saying it was doing.
Okay. I know I had mentioned that's what the charge is for the plus bonus. I was just
Yeah.
clarifying that it was a bull rush or reposition, not bull rush or charge.
So +4 on attack. These don't have the nice plus things that our other game does. So how's the easiest way of configuring that? We just have to add it on the end.
I think so. Well, it wouldn't be an attack like that, but because it actually uses different type of attack.
crossbow doesn't need a plus because, well, that one's just a natural 20, so. But the +4 to attack is for combat maneuver or bull rush.
Yeah, because they can't actually attack after doing that defensive thing. Because it's rolled up in a bolt.
Then it's just gonna stand there and shoot. I just want to get this combat done.
Who was it shooting?
Ren.
Okay. Piss off the DM, become a target. Got it. Alright, Ren. Doesn't really have much. Did not like being shot.
What?
But we'll go after this guy in the middle. Actually, this guy should be prone. I think. I know he shot me just now. Uh, yeah, let's go after this guy anyway.
Either mark your target or ping your target, please.
He is marked.
That must be with a color I can't see. Okay, it is purple on purple.
Sorry.
19. 19 EAC, that's a hit. 5.
Is the mushroom's gone now? Well, the remains are still there for a moment.
Yeah, but the square can go away. Which I think you already deleted.
I did.
Some odd new noises.
It's not a good sign we haven't even taken one of these out yet.
Mm-hmm.
So any way he moves, he's going to be attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
So but he can make his full movement, right? Even with attack of opportunity, he can keep going.
Yeah.
Or does he have to stop?
No, you can keep going because I don't have anything that stops his movement.
Okay.
No, yeah, that's a special feature.
Unless it kills him, then that would stop his movement.
Okay.
I say death is a special feature.
Yeah.
So do you wish to take your attack of opportunity before he takes his action?
Yeah, I'll do it real quick. Just to see.
Okay.
And that does not hit. I know a 12 does not hit.
Okay, AC no. And that is number
Gotta roll some that.
$21.
No. Even with flanking,
With flanking.
no. That would make it a 23. That still misses.
Yeah, because you got nasty
That's why I double
KAC and everything.
yeah. That's why I double checked.
Well, that and his shooting into melee technically, so the flanking would be offset by the -2.
Alright, so it's avocado. Zip over here. Target this one. 23 for 8. That probably hits.
23 KAC. Oh God. Someone's
If it
starting to
doesn't, I'm
drain.
worried.
It does hit.
Someone's starting
I
to
had
drain.
the
That's why I just said somebody's starting to drain. Wait till he gets loud. 8 points. And that was against
The one I got targeted.
this one. Okay. 8 points. Okay, so number 5. Okay. So he is going to target the dragon. And that's not going to do anything.
16. No.
And that is this guy. So he is going to target Evie.
Evie.
And now you got Dirk doing his snoozing behind there. So he's going to get picked up on the mic. That's not going to do
Missed.
anything.
Well, that rolled so well for us.
Yeah, definitely in your favor. Odds are
May the
definitely in your
odds
favor.
always be.
Okay, so next up, Mac.
Come on back. Finish some of them off.
Hopefully.
All of them are
Yep.
wounded, I think.
If the bugs were smaller,
Alright,
you know, he could just
so-
step on them.
The one in front of him. 18 KAC.
That's a lot of damage.
That is just enough to hit.
Okay,
And then how much was it for damage?
14.
Was 14.
And then target this one for the cleave. The one that I think this is the one that fell off the mushroom, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Maybe we can finish it off. Yeah. That's
Nice. That's a definite hit.
12 more damage to it.
12.
Well, you should roll damage twice.
He only had 9 health left.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't going to worry about that one.
That one is gone. Okay, which one was this so I can take him out of turn? 2.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm gonna start picking off this guy here. Chip's gonna do the same old. He's gonna burn a second level spell for an extra 2d6 damage. And hopefully, for once, this whole time actually hit.
Hmm.
Today's the day.
Hey.
Let me
Okay,
roll the
and
extra damage. Oh, max extra damage. So 23 total points of damage.
21.
21?
That
Plus
critical
11.
damage is your critical effect.
Yeah, the acid.
Oh,
Yeah, it rolls it for whatever stupid reason when it shouldn't.
yeah.
okay,
Okay.
so that's this one
21 points of damage against this one up here.
or this one?
Yep, this one.
21. Okay, that will be enough to also. He only had 15.
A little bit of chip damage.
Oh,
Yep.
more than a little bit chip damage. You're probably. All right.
Chipped off his old block.
All right. So mosquito. Zip over here while targeting this one. And give us a magnesium facial 15 EAC.
It will hit.
All right, 6 damage.
Well, this one is going to return fire on the mosquito just out of spite.
That's a lot of spite. Guess it didn't like magnesium in the face.
Guess not. 17 KAC.
That ties to defender, so that is just barely flinks off the armor.
That one right next to her. Mm.
23 K
I see
AC
for
rolled fit 14.
her maximum.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Let's see here. Is there a way for me to? Oh, there's a way for. Oh, I can't do that. That would be so much fun if I could do the exact same thing and end up right here. Okay. Well, I suppose I'll just go ahead and try to shoot this one in the back of the head. Oh, wait,
Okay,
no.
that's what I thought.
This one's already damaged really bad, right? This one up here, surrounded by multiple people.
That should be really hurt.
Yeah, sounds good. I think, right, actually, no, Max might really have a turn between them. There's a bunch of people that have a turn before that one. All right, I'm gonna go for this one.
The one up here?
Oh, the one right next to Mac to the right.
Oh, okay.
And I am going to. I think I'm actually just gonna. No, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm going to empower my weapon, but I'm only going to utilize. Boop. Yeah, I'm only going to utilize a first level spell for 1d6 extra damage. And fire. 17 EAC for 11 damage.
EAC 17, it hits.
Excellent.
You said 11.
Hits this guy.
That is enough to take him out.
Hell yeah. A little bit of chip damage.
Nice.
It's not even chip this time.
And then you will shoot next to that other, just at the other person next to. Actually, not that one. There's one up by her. She trusts Mac to take care of the guy next to him. Where he does. But he'll miss.
Okay, so his prime target. Don't think he can miss because he's like standing right in front of him. Of course, he'll probably miss.
Nat 20.
Yeah, that'll not hit.
Getting
No.
nervous.
Even with the next penalty from Cleve.
He's looking at that big, girthy, draconic abs.
Yeah. All right. Avocado.
Okay, I've got some creatures to take off the map.
He's going to try to bust a cap in this bug's ass.
So 5 needs to come off. 2 is already off. And 1
instead has a jam.
needs to be off. So 3 and 4. Yep.
Come on, Mac. Finish it.
Oh, that'll probably do it.
Well, if the 18 hit,
19. Yep, the 19 will hit.
15 damage.
15 to the one next to you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the other one's just a little bit too far away.
Yeah, I didn't bother taking that step.
Okay. Took the damage.
Yeah, time for a little bit of chip damage.
Hmm.
He's going to sack a first level spell. He's not going to. That's a waste at this point. It's hurt. He knows it's hurt. I know that he said that he tends to charge up and do it that way, but I'm not going to waste a spell slot to do that. So he's just going to shoot him. I am now looking at the rat's picture. That's not what I meant to clip. Ah, 24 for 8.
Okay, so you definitely hit the creature, obviously.
Hell yeah.
And 8.
8 points of chip damage.
Okay.
Damage those chips.
Yeah, chipping away.
It
Little
should be just
glowing,
about
glowing mosquito.
kill steal again.
Yep. Here's some magnesium in this bug's face. Or maybe not.
Not like that.
Nope. Don't even have to look that one up.
Big oof.
Okay, this time he is going to target his avocado. He wants to make sure everybody gets targeted at least once.
Spread the love.
Yeah.
Damn hippies.
11 KAC for 6 points.
I think his aim sucks.
He might. If so, it's Evie's turn.
All right. She'll take a shot at that one in front of her again. And probably missed.
13 KAC. Yes. It is a miss.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Let's go over here. That'll be fine. And I'll give the one by Mac a quick shot. Try to get this a little over with. Especially since I think it's next anyways.
The one by Mac down here.
Yeah, but I don't think a 13 EAC is going to
13 EAC is not going to cut it.
Wah, wah. That's just the way it is.
All right, let's see if NVIDIA can finish that one off bothering Mac. No.
Nope.
That one's going to live forever.
Yeah, I just double checked things. There is no firing into melee penalties or whatnot.
Yep, I
All
read
right.
that immediately, like, cool, I am shooting into combat.
$19K AC.
Against
You,
no.
Mac.
Against Mac, no. They got to beat a 24.
What about shooting while threatened, though?
I don't think that's a thing. Not for Starfinder. Avocado. They're still going to be picking on this top bug up here. That's a hit.
25 is definitely going to be a hit
So 8 damage.
for 8. Okay. Mac.
Mac's going to take a step up. And then he's going to be attacking this bug.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. Oh, 16. I don't think that hits.
16 does not hit.
Oh boy. Go for this guy. Chet's gonna go for this guy. Just straight off. Just straight up 17 CAC for 10 points of damage. A little bit of chip damage.
Tie goes to Defender, so that does not hit.
Damn. Oh, that's what Chip's got. No chip damage.
Skeeter.
Attacking that top bug. Yeah, I knew you could not make attacks of opportunity with a ranged weapon. It has to be made with a belay.
Right, that was mainly the with it using a ranged weapon while within your melee threat, it was technically a focused attacks of opportunity.
That's a hit. And four fire damage.
Got it.
I'll go ahead and use this move action to reload.
Agreed.
Which, yeah.
Sweet indeed.
Okay. So number 3 is going to start cycling back through targets.
NVIDIA then? Or is it Tenali?
Uh,
Tinley.
should be marked as mosquito.
Okay.
16K AC.
Against who?
Mosquito.
Oh. No, 17. Yes.
Alright, she's gonna take a step forward. And try to hit this guy with her axe. Ooh, she might have hit him.
Nice.
Okay. Were we rolling the attack of opportunity first or last?
Who got? Did they have reach with which weapon?
Yeah. Yeah, did they have a melee weapon out?
It has a melee weapon.
Did they have it out?
No, it's been using the gun though. So no attack of opportunity then.
No.
Okay.
And that was only
Yeah.
if it had a reach
Eight.
weapon anyway.
18, so 9. Okay. Tinley.
All right. Gosh, it's still alive. Don't like any of that. Tilly's gonna keep going after this guy. Take a pot shot on him. Make sure I still have. I've got plenty. 23 for 7.
Nice.
The one down by Mac.
Yep, attacking the one by Mac.
Okay. So that is 7.
Things are kind of tanky.
Yeah.
Ren.
Yeah, I guess he will just take another shot at the one by him, and yeah.
No.
He looks at his gun in his hands like, fuck this shit.
Let's see.
Okay,
48.
that's one down my Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah, that little blip is a good thing about having multiple arms. Like Zavocado, he's always got his pistol and his knife out because he's got 6 arms.
Mm-hmm.
But he can't use them at the same time. He's always got them ready.
Okay. This one here,
Mm-hmm.
now I know I measured it out. Ugh, get off the measuring tool. By the time it takes enough steps to go around you, and it's going to stay out of Ren's reach, he's going to end up here at max distance.
Okay, so I guess I'll go ahead and roll the attack of opportunity then.
Mm-hmm. Yep, go ahead.
That's a shit roll. Alright.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so he's gonna make an attack on the mosquito.
Okay.
So that is number 4. I'm sure that's a hit.
Probably hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That
And
probably would have hit Mac.
yeah, that actually would have hit Mac. Hit. There's a hell of a hit on the mosquito.
Almost max damage too.
Yeah.
So next is Avocado.
Yeah.
But it's not going to take too kindly to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this combat over at this point too.
Yeah. 22 for 6. Against the one that just hit Skeeter. Mac's going to... Oh, I guess... Did that 6 points kill it?
Which one?
The one that attacked Mosquito?
6 points will not.
14?
No.
Shit.
Well, at least you hit it. You can cleave.
Yep. I'm in cleaving distance for the other one. So 9 points of damage for the other one.
It does do enough to kill that one, though.
We're down to 1.
And if you only have a couple health left.
Got it. Chip is going to attempt a
So
little bit of chip
that-
damage.
Okay, so that one's off the board.
Chip is not going to be doing any chip damage.
Kiddo is going buzz to this side. And deal 3 damage to it.
Okay.
And Eevee's turn.
Yeah, she's gonna step up and attack it with the axe.
Okay. Hold on, because I had just got done switching them. I just got to make sure I'm on the right. Yeah.
And I don't think she hit either.
Because you stepped into its distance. Now,
Does it have a reach with its weapon, melee weapon? Because if so, if not, it doesn't matter. Because it's leaving the threatened square that matters, not entering.
it does have reach. It's a staff weapon.
Okay.
So you said that only counts against leaving?
Yeah, but if it has a staff weapon, then yeah. I
No, but
left
you're
it.
saying
Yeah,
it's
I
not an
left his.
attack of.
It's an attack of opportunity because I left his threatened square. Yes.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get to, if it is or isn't.
Hmm.
Dang,
I
should have been using those all along.
Yeah, didn't need a crit on it.
Nope. Like I said, I should have been using those all along.
No.
Okay,
No,
with
we
that
needed
not being
the crits to end this combat like an hour and a half ago.
all right. Fuck it. I'm gonna be
No,
using
oh
up the
God,
second level spell
yes.
slot, so that way I
Well,
get
this
a
thing,
+2 to my attack and 2d6 to damage. That's 16 EAC.
16 EAC.
I know it won't hit KAC, but
let's
EAC
see.
maybe.
EAC on them,
16 in this case.
16 EAC.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does hit.
Yay.
Oh, 2d6.
oh,
18 points of
So-
damage.
You said 18 damage?
Yep.
Okay.
I
Second.
had my 14 EAC also hit it.
Oh no, I have a +2 to the attack.
Your 14 EAC did not hit.
But my 16 did. I had a 16 EAC. As part of the...
Which means that its EAC is either 14 or 15.
Yep. So yeah, it was part of... oh, it's not going to show. But yeah, part of the... Oh, it did show after I clicked the thing.
Yeah, it's probably Foundry just being slow.
Yeah. It do be that way. But
Why
yeah,
is
it's just
the
this
health
guy.
bar?
And so, yeah,
Dude,
good thing that I
why
chose
do you
a...
continually
Good thing I chose a second level spell.
Your health is not up that high. There we go. I'm keeping track of it over here on the darn calculator.
We still haven't killed that one.
It's taking a lot of damage.
Almost. Okay, so it's going to attack Evie.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
24 for 11.
And she's under her hit points.
Okay, so she's down.
No, well, she's not down. She's just out of stamina, so she's taking hit point damage now.
Okay.
Good thing she is who she is.
Next time I use these creatures, I'm going to use their staves.
Avocado, can you finish this ant off?
Here, sorry. 18 KAC. That is a hit.
5 damage.
5 damage. That is enough to do it.
About fucking time.
Oh,
Yes. I think we were all ready to say
Yeah,
enough's enough.
because
That was over 2 hours.
yeah.
Yes. Okay, so instead of any wrap up or anything that we normally do, we're just going to cut it here
Yep.
at the
Goodbye,
end of
everybody.
combat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Y'all take it easy.
It is going to be a very, very quick cutoff, and we apologize for it, but it has been a lot longer than we planned on.
Yep.
Things ran a little bit longer than normal
Yep.
in terms of.
It was almost a 5-hour session, so y'all have a good one. We'll catch you next
Yep.
time. Later.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
bye later. Take care.